No, BLNR is not going to take any action. No, this is not a real estate transaction, which is not for us, not culturally, not spiritually, not physically, not ancestrally, right? And get that no, and then demand that the state create no new lease. We can't afford another 65-year lease. We cannot. Not on the clock of the world, but particularly not on the clock of these islands. Right? This is our aina. This is our aina. They're not gifting us back anything. That's our aina. They're not giving up their land. They're giving us back our land. And when you give it back, it better be clean. Yeah. Right? And that needs to be in all the documents. The land needs to be clean. In fact, that wasn't their original lease. The original lease, they said they were going to return it the way that they found it. Impossible at this point because of all of the, right? But they can bring it pretty close. They can bring it pretty close, right? And the question around housing, you cannot put people on land that's contaminated. So I want us to be very careful about, oh yeah, because we know how many landfills have housing on them that have been contaminated and people get sick down the road. So we need to be really conscious about when we say what we want with those lands and how those lands come back. Be really, really clear about how clean the land has to be in order for that to happen for housing or for food or for anything. Yeah?
Mahalo. Anakala Sparky, any last manao for that?
Moku does 2 accesses per month. If you go to the website, you can connect. Vince Dodge has been the one that has really coordinated all of that stuff. And just one clarifying piece. We keep talking about 2029 as the end of the lease. But the lease that started in the early 1920s. That's 100 years. 100 years of use. Now the lease didn't start until 64, and that was a 65-year lease. So the 65-year lease, $1. Not a month, not a year, for the whole time. And the other part is that 65-year lease, we're in the 60th year right now. So they've been bombing Moku for a very, very long time. And when you talk about what can we do, looking for something to do, call your senator, call your representative, call your city council person, and humbug them. Have them put the pressure on the LNR. Make sure that you create this chain of activity. Talk to the governor, talk to the senator, the Congress people. Let them know. I mean, it's not, talk to Don from the LNR. Her job is to be the mediator and protect American interests. We are not that interest. So ultimately, she will side for the government, for the military, for tourism, and we will not be in that equation other than complaining. So not only her, but we got to get all the other people pressured to the point where they start pressuring her. So they're the ones that said yes to Don. We want you to be the LNR head. So we got to go back to the source. Complain to the governor, complain to your senators in your community. When you testify, they look and see if you voted. If you didn't vote, they dismiss your testimony. If you voted in their district, they will listen to you, they will give you a higher level of understanding and maybe consideration. No guarantee, but the pressure got to be constantly applied over a long time, and we are the ones responsible for what they're doing, so we can't quit. When I started, I didn't want to do this. I'm shy. I'm not that smart. But you keep learning a little bit, and pretty soon start putting the pieces together. So who are we going to call? Call the governor, call your senator, call your rep, call your council people. You need to pressure them so they change their mind. Because we've been too quiet for so long, and if we keep being quiet, they can keep doing what they're doing. So, no can quit, don't be quiet, Hui every day.
Every day. mahalo, Olua, for this Kuka panel, and I really want to mahalo everyone who came out, and there's so much people here now, and I'm so glad you guys got to hear their mana'o. And I'm sorry we didn't get to ask all the questions or any comments, but I'd like to give some time for my next moderator, who is going to be doing Lahaina features next at, I believe, 2:30, 2:15. So please, guys, stick around for that. And again, mahalo, Uncle Sparky. Mahalo, Auntie Joy. And mahalo, everybody. Mahalo.
I had my internship for me. So I came out high school. EIS is still holding the door open to Wi-Fi training. I didn't see that. I'm going to go back to it later. So I made a note to myself on that. Let's do a word search for Wi-Fi early. That's what I'm going to go to Appendix 3 too. Yeah. Because that is inconsistent with liveliness. That was in a court filing. Because the issue came up about Mokupuni litigation. The court ordered the Army to do quarterly reports on carrying out intellectual access, and they took the position, well, we're not going to do live fire training anymore, so we shouldn't have to report quarterly. Because we're not going to add anything in the future, so it doesn't need to be on that. And so we ended up negotiating an agreement. It's okay, you're not going to do live fire anymore, you can go to twice a year instead of quarterly, and all that. But part of it was that the United States and the Secretary of Defense are defendants there, actually the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of the Army. They said in the court filing, we are no longer doing military training, we're taking that off the table. So, you get an advantage in litigation, you can't sort of start changing your mind. So, but in terms of the comments that you asked, I think you really want to focus on, so for purposes of the EIS, is what are the impacts, or what are have they fully vetted the impacts, and does their analysis of the impact, socioeconomic impact, cultural impact, biological impact, health impact, all those things, is it accurately captured in the document? If it isn't, you critique that. So particularly, when there are these internal memos, like let's soften the language, the EIS doesn't tell them what they can and cannot do. It has to be an honest disclosure document, so they can't fudge it. It needs to be, so if the council feels like there are impacts that have been soft pedaled and they're not really getting to the depth of what it means to the Hawaiian people to do that, then you need to just sort of say in neon that this document needs to disclose this, and it doesn't disclose it. You say this, the reality is this. It's really good if you have any documentation and studies and things. Don't just reference it. People often might say, see, blah, blah, blah. Attach the document to your comments, then it's in the administrative record if you or anyone else ultimately challenges it. But it's just like, see this article and this study and whatever, you just cite it.
No, but cite it in the document.
Well, the most important thing is actually
Come to my way. Come to my way. Okay. Good.
Okay, wait. Slow down. Okay. Wait. I get this one. Oh, not sure. Let me help you guys?
Yeah.
Lift. Okay. Wait. Okay. Very good. Let me check the live. Still live.
Where you going? Over there?
Yeah. Is that basketball? ADA.
No, you get him. Swing around.
Let's go this way. I gotta get to the stage. Over there. So can I go on that part, yeah? Okay. I'll try. And check out the blue card from Illinois.
I don't even know. Oh, which part? You want me to get it right now?
Yeah, if they got it.
Okay, so.
And just find me.
Okay.
Thanks. I'll be near the stage. Oh no, I see here. Wait.
No. Look at your setup. You're crazy.
I'm still alive.
We're going to go on the sidewalk.
Yeah. No, I really know it's big. Just try asking her for the starfish. She has it.
I don't even know who she
Right
is.
there.
Sorry. Illinois? Hi.
Did you get the tarp?
Or
Well, if you do, bring it to me or give it to her. Thanks. If you get it. This is for rain. Near the stage.
This is an awesome cart.
Wait, can we? I'm just gonna cut. You're gonna be in the shot.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Come on, this way. Come on, the other side.
Oh, yeah.
data rhyme, paddle line data with the evidence. We battle mind, purpose and design. I'm not the only one who saw the sign. Called upon and tell it from the stories of the oldest ones, spoken in the golden times. Yeah. From the land of two rivers to the plateaus in Giza, go back to the temple pillars, Anuma, Elish. It started with the darkness, emerged from the source with the mixing of waters.
Straight from the people like the violent
umbilical,
connected to the source like the vine with the
ebb and flow.
In the life like the dragon's spine.
Mo'o,
How genealogy
of the level.
We can't hear you! The sound's not coming!
Beyond,
here into the future, the white dawn is
yet to come. OPO.
The youth, they reach, they touch, they examine the boundaries on the path they seek. It's time they
Mokupuni.
the parents' foundation is stable. The past and present, like the
Tension cable.
the spine.
Kupuna.
The elders compile, effective song of all that came before, preparing for a new dawn.
Lurking through the night, whistled as the priest, sacred guardian of the season spring, supernatural powers you would not believe. Big Moku energy.
Family known for setting forests ablaze. Now tell me whose job it was to keep the forest safe. The forest of Hilo, how supernatural beings. And you have to do a Oli if you want to go in. Pana ever didn't want his forest to be destroyed. Had war on both sides with soldiers deployed. The earth shake, smoke rise. There was thunder and lightning. One side fought valiantly but didn't end up surviving.
Lurking through the night, graceful as the breeze, sacred guardians of the season spring, supernatural powers you would not believe. Big Moku energy, big Moku energy.
We believe in dragons, they exist here in a body day. Guardian lizard beings, protected sacred waterways. Inhabiting our islands from ancient to this present day. Going from Ni'ihawa
Cross the chain to Hilo Bay.
Mo ili ili mehe alu. Hawahine, Mohomi, Mo'oula, Mokuli'i, Kapuale. Names we remember in this pop. Leo, Nay, Mo'o still around, protecting us from their prey.
Lurk and drop T. If it sinks, you run. Before you go in, look out for that golden foam. Eyes always watching. Don't even try to stop it if you don't want to meet your fate that way. You must proceed with caution. Despite all that's happened, many still remain. The elusive and seductive testament of the strain. You cannot slay a story that was meant to live forever. Big Mo'o energy will never be severed. Looking through the night, graceful as the breeze, sacred guardians of the season spring, supernatural powers you would not believe. Big Mo'o energy, Big Mo'o energy.
Guess we gonna get Big Mo'o energy shirts from our booth. We'll pull up down there. If you get Big Mo'o energy, go check them out. Go check them out.
So now we're gonna fast forward in history a little bit. We're gonna take you to our song Mai Kahiki Mai, when Pa'au and Laoli'i came from Kahiki to Hawaii and established their ways here in Hawaii. Hoi a holo e mai ke kai a pau I holo huli a luku hono ho kuka ili moku hoi a holo e mai ke kai a pau I holo huli a luku hono ho kuka ili moku.
I don't recognize the faces, but they look like me. Call me with similar tongues that hook my cheek. Several steps of firm, Ho kept the foot lightly. Planted gradually, rooted till it took my teeth. Trapped the spirit and imprisoned the body conceivably. Wrap me in beliefs and systems of honoring deities. As the seasons lift and ships rising and falling Pleiades. Giving more than can be taken back, offering needlessly. Bodies offered up on altars, blood to consecrate the waters. Angry gods, we all look stalwart, search for mercy, finding martyrs. Been fractured into classes, I don't own a soul to martyr. A pledge to play the role that I've given my life to honor. A currency of flesh, big equals a beast and man at times. As either will suffice his price to pacify. But managed to enchant us and captured, willingly stand in line. Few of us have raised a fist and take us back in time.
Who are the prophet? Pa'au, the priest, Amen.
Said to have a wrapped around
900 AD. La'au, Ali'i,
a shifting governance
guided by the Pleiades.
A different type of wanna beat the storms and by the drums. A new set of couple with new
Kini Heiau.
A different type of people not foreign to sacrifice.
Kanalo Amuia, the swarming of the flies.
Like one adaptation to the same man's demise. Our story begins
In a land before time,
so much more to overthrow.
you'd be surprised
On the waves we ride.
Mai Kahiki Mai.
Let's go inside the mind of a native chief. Gave up the right as king to be a thief.
Son of Kamawawa, Ka'upe'epe. I'll ride with you against them all the way.
These are ways too aggressive, too rude, steadily grabbing the best places up. The island roots have to stop now. This reggae worship cannot begin. We need a brave pirate warrior to defend. So still there.
Helmets, cloaks, mines, weapons wise.
Retreat to Ahupua, your fort.
Backside, Molokai.
Hit 'em hard and fast. Lightning strike in the night. Buccaneering booty, taking flight
Without a fight.
Out of sight vision, transition to losing minds. That's what happens when what you love you cannot find. We don't need you here.
Leave.
Don't come back. The best defense sometimes falls crack. Surprise attack.
Hoi a holo e mai ke kai a pa'au I holo huli a luku hono ho kuka ili moku hoi a holo e mai ke kai
apa'awi holo huli aluku ho'ono ho'o kukaili moku. Live, paddle, water, travel. Live, paddle, water, travel. Huli, systems, destroy, unravel. Live, paddle, water, travel. Live, paddle, water, travel. Arrive to inspect and return to do battle. Huli, systems, destroy, unravel. We ride waves of change to survive through the channel. The old, the new, knowledge that is vital. Cultural survival through these waves of arrival. The bold, hold onto stories from their ancients, regrow. Perpetuate amongst the changing faces to handle the shifting of the sands is in practice. The art of preservation, hidden mana that is active. Esoteric application stories got the jewels in them. Follow hidden threads, you will always find the clues in them. Old ways, shake, rattle. Relations replaced with reconnaissance to battle. Bone, break, replace marrow. Reflections of what once was is but a shadow. A new caste system, a new path. The wisdom of prudent original family trees. The plan, a vision, no brash decision. This was a calculated decision. Wave after wave, the tides have risen. Rongo, Kane, Tutamaroa. This meeting would forever change the people of Haloa. The good and the evil in the eyes of the beholder. Righteousness is a perspective reserved for Arizona. Lono, Kane, Kukanaloa. Integration complete, successful takeover. Original inhabitants no longer the controller, but aloha aina forever be one without composure. Hoi, ahoro, e mai ke kai, apa'awi holo, huli, aluku, hono, kukaili moku. Hoi, ahoro, e mai ke kai, apa'awi holo, huli, aluku, hono, kukaili moku.
Pipe on the macaco, everybody. We're not done yet. I just got a quick announcement real fast. Let them drink water, hydrate. I don't need water. You can't be the greatest without being hydrated. That's big ball energy. Drink water. Okay, I'm gonna drink water. While you're drinking water, I want to announce that there's a special panel going on right now, discussion by Papaola Lokahi, being hosted at the whole Kanaka tent. The whole Kanaka tent is a 20x40 located on the ward side of the park right now, featuring Dr. Lahoihoiea crew. Please go down and check it out on culture, aina, and health. Very important discussion being held right now. Also to say, we are almost getting close to the point where we're selling out of shirts, so make sure if you have to go pick up your 2024 lahoihoiea official t-shirt featuring Uncle Sparky Rodriguez and Anthony Andrew White, please go check it out. We're going to go back to some music, but coming up right after this, please stick around for Lahaina Grove. Woo! My favorite!
I'm most excited for that one.
Stick around for Kapu Sister!
This next mele is a big one. This is very pili to today. This mele is entitled Kamehameha Ekolu, and it's an ode to honor our great King Kaukeauli and everything wonderful that he did during his reign. And we tell a little bit about before his reign, how he kind of had to watch while others took the reign or the throne because he was too young or they didn't think he was able to lead our lahui, and then once he had a chance, he was super makaukau. So this song is Kamehameha Ekolu.
Kaukeauli, we love you. We must stay our part.
Keep them the spot.
Shama ties in these uncertain times in a Aloha Aina. The time has arrived. Michael Mole Ole Hua, from the roots we rise. We must play our part for the kingdom to survive. Shama
monetize in these uncertain times. In our core, aloha aina, the time has arrived. Like a mole ole hua, from the roots we rise. Yeah, running from the wolves, they always break their own rules. We beat them at their own game, we make the right moves. We built it in their image, even go to their schools. Now the rising of a nation, how we mastered their tools. Yeah, puni pala pala, ko'u. These are the words, kamehameha ko'u. Cause we're using the same weapons to tear it all down. Kicking these hale out of our house. Lahoihoiea, day of restoration. La kuoko'a and the French proclamation. Ho'ihi ku, while they dehumanize in a sea full of snakes. Our mo'i self-hide. Ahupuni is not our own, but do not make it your home. It's just a piece of the pie. Resistance is all but one side. Respect is the minimal, our sovereignty is critical. We walk a fine line, make diplomacy with criminals. We left things on the line, it's like we're not the same species. You think these colonizers were honoring their own treaties? Nah, now the world is watching how we move, how we walk, how we culture shocking. Yo, these white Europeans think we only talking, but we got receipts. I see the eagle stalking. But we have set the stage. Now the scepters in our courts, so that his efforts weren't in vain. They came with gunboats. And we're met with Kuwait. They came with their quills. And we're met with Kuwait. And what may come next? We'll be met with Kuwait.
The one who was placed amongst the
Dark cloud. Kauikeauli the third to wear the crown.
son of the great
who united the eight. The one who's supposed to hold the floodgate. Brother of Liho and Nahi and Naena. Kiki ake pulani a meka meha mea. Ua hanai ia I kaiki o eva. Ika malu o ka me heaven ever.
Ka ohi on the sideline.
Ika to get in the game. Ka anohi
the treachery.
Composing his pain.
Preordained for him to
Only the change
that left our aina
and people in pain.
The show plays through patiently until he took the reins in
1833. So tell me.
Are you ready to run with the wolves? Are you ready to rule?
Hanau kapo ya luna, hanau kapo ilunane. Olani hane e kapo, pina ike me o pipili kapo. O moyana na le akohiana, le akapo mahina le a. Ihuli kapo ka avale ka pili o ke kiki po lani ke ia. Akea I hanau keiki. Akapelo ikua akapo kiki akolu akapo kikua koko akapo I hana mai awane I kapo yo kapo hanau kapo la hoi awane I koluna nela o kaila hoi awane I kolalo o waila hoi o ka Moku.
Yes.
Oh, baila, hoyo, come on, cool.
We love you. Thank you. Mahalo nui.
That was a mele inoa for Kauikeoli that I found in a new pepa Maika Wakahiko that was written upon his birth. There you go.
Yes, so this next song is called Emu Stones. We're gonna call Mr. Kapu back on stage. This is dedicated to Uncle Daniel Anthony, the crew, always feeding everybody.
Hawaiian Patriots.
Yes, sir.
Emu Stones.
And Free Palestine.
Free Palestine!
This story is our story. We all get the same story.
Check.
Fight for each other. Love each other.
Alright, we need y'all energy with this one.
We come to dig a hole, Kiave wood to coal. You see him sinking low, dropping up the emu stones. Savvy, she good to go. Cover them and cook them slow. Underground oven, and we come to feed the people. So we come to dig a hole, Kiave wood to coal. You see him sinking low, dropping up the emu stones. Savvy, she good to go. Cover them and cook them slow. Underground oven, and we come to feed the people. So we get in that work zone from the first stone. All for one for all, even with the workload. Help each other hustle, even when it's rough road. Get into that work mode when it's on protect hold. Every island in the chain of Hawaii made, where my past lay like a cape made of mighty lay. It's time to get up, defend where you stay, and not just a hood, but the whole damn chain. It's a family affair, we all that we got. They try
bury our bones. The lands of our home, my life to see, my dream to see, hollow letters to see. Watch how rise, falls to the knees, piercing the sky, give me the bird's wings. I dream of the day we wake up and say, the sinners on the world return to the breeze. Hey, what he they who love the full speck of dust at your feet like members just for a moment, shine light on the plea. Po'e Aipo Haku is what they once called us. 40,000 Ahupua and not the forefathers. Po'e Aipo Haku will be ever be known. My life's been galvanized by the heat of the emo stones.
Talk to me if you wanna talk. Pohaku. I ain't local here. Hey, I'll never evil.
Ahu.
We use rocks in every
Part of our lives
irrigation, aquaculture,
with an endless supply.
war clubs, earth ovens, altars,
On tempo,
using this resource, we gain
fundamental,
the
basic, trace it, back to the source.
Nanaike Kumu.
Tapping into the force.
We build with skills in the ocean on the hill. Niho haka haka ili ili tu.
Finish and fill.
Cook, kill, retain, worship, pound and build. How our king made his
Well healed, prophecy fulfilled.
We come to dig a hole.
He out it with the cold. You see him sinking low, dropping up the evil stones.
That means she good to go. Cover them and cook them slow. Underground oven, now we come to feed the people's souls.
We come to dig a hole.
He out it with the cold,
You see I'm sinking low.
dropping up the evil stones.
That means she good to go.
Cover them and cook them slow.
Underground oven and we come
Come to feed the people's
Hey,
souls.
holly, 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 my hair.
Dropping up the evil stones.
Uolava mako ikabo haku e. Hea hea mai e na po e aloha aina hoi e.
dropping up the evil stones.
Pono ina ihe mio. E kua e kua e kua e ika ni ho pai pai po haku ku ika ba. E kua na ka pai o ia aina he.
We come to dig a hole. Kiabe with the cold. You see I'm sinking low, dropping up the emu stones. That she good to go. Cover them and cook them slow.
Underground oven and we come to feed the people. So
Hey, holly, 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 my hair.
Yeah.
Uolava mako ikabo haku e. Hea hea mai e na po e aloha aina hoi e. Pono ina ihe mio. E kua e kua e kua e ika ni ho pai pai po haku ku ika pa. E kua na ka pai o ia aina he. 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 Let me hear you.
We come to dig a hole. Kiabe with the cold. You see I'm sinking low, dropping up the emu stones. That means she good to go. Cover them and cook them slow. Underground oven and we come to feed the people. So we come to dig a hole. Kiabe with the cold. You see I'm sinking low, dropping up the emu stones. That means she good to go. Cover them and cook them slow. Underground oven and we come to feed the people. So
Hey, holly, 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 my hair.
picking up the emu stones.
Holly, 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 my hair. Holly, 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 my hair. Hey, holly, 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 my hair.
and we come to feed the people. So
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Imai Kalani. So this next mele is really special because when we were recording it, I called on my brother. I gave a kahea to my brother Imai Kalani Winchester to do this mele part with me. So since he's here, special occasion, Imai Kalani Winchester. Let's give him a big pai lima for all his hana nui. All year long, Imai Kalani is getting ready for today. So mahalo, brother, for everything you do. This song is called Never Leave This Place. We also brought in our other brother, Navid Najafi, who had to flee Iran at a very young age and eventually made Hawaii his home. And we are so proud he did. We are so happy that he did. And so when we sing about never having to leave this place, you know, we pull it to our Ahupua that will never happen, but sometimes it happens in other places around the world, and it's happening as we speak right now. And that's why we say free Palestine. We say liberate Iran. And so we can all go back home. We can all go back home in Hawaii. Free Okinawa, free Puerto Rico, free Gohan, and free everywhere else that's under imperial rule.
This song is for you guys. But if you ask me if I would leave this place, personally, I would never. Here we go.
I would never ever leave this place.
But what if they had guns in your face?
Spraying you with mace,
And your family
disappear
with no evidence
and no trace. I'd still never leave this place.
But what if your family space got
Stole and replaced and you got chased out. Too brown was the color of your face. I'd still never leave this place.
Or what if your man is locked in secret things, locked in the cage?
In some far off place.
Left and like you to rot and wait.
Oh, where?
You'll never leave this place. But what if every space of your place had a trace?
Poison and plastic.
Contaminated, tragic, and you
Gotta exodus to space.
Settle down, no fuss, no fight. Be original, none cover or bite. Just do us fat Nazi, hammer down and bust. On the other
For the gusto, another scrub gun bite dust.
Make music to fight for what's right. My lyrics open tight, highlight make bright, shine the light. On our people's plight, go viral, heights overnight.
Scream, I am here like all might.
In the aina, I trust, money, I have no lust. Stop all the minus it, cuz. Time to use the blood. Symbol, nifty and nimble. We knock the love throw down like Jorge Masvidal without a
Slice Kimball, make Babylon bells go jingle like Chris Kringle. I'm your Huckleberry boy, you Johnny Ringo. Bingo bango,
side stepping, hit the
combos and angles.
Like Louis Triangle.
Fuck your Star Spangle. Ole. Nomadic.
With honor and deepest gratitude, now I speak to Kanaka, who accepted and allowed me to eat. As a refugee, took me in and taught me to keep my ancestors in tune with every step of my feet. So even though we had to leave, our lives were at stake. Geopolitical pawns for a murderous state. My family all torn apart from the greed and the hate. But we never gonna forget that our people are great. But wake up, I still carry the weight. The depth of the sorrow is the hardest to break. The longing for land left behind and awake. This the diasporic trauma of a people displaced. So listen, don't ever leave this place. Paniolo Prince Molokai is the base. Keepers of the ancient ways of time and space. Rebel headquarters rise like a mighty wave.
Yes, mahalo brother, mahalo everybody.
Military
Yes,
game.
mahalo Purge. Mahalo for all of you beautiful people out in the stands today, in the park today. Mahalo for listening, mahalo for being patriots in your own way. This is gonna be our last song. Okay. Yeah. So we're gonna do this song. You guys can hano us and one more. Not yet, no, almost ready. This is a battle song for the warriors out there. Go get 'em. Go get 'em. We come from the best of the best. Always remember that. Let this inspire you. Let's go, baby.
Laukaie, pahie, pahie, paio mai ko pahoa mai ningane. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, laukaie, pahie, laukaie, pahie, pahie. Ualele na unuota mahiole. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, ilalo kamanao, iabahine.
Get ready to rumble, throw down and scrap. When the lights on the line,
there's no surrender or tap.
Find a corruption, masking seduction, stabbing or function to
total destruction.
Always moving forward and we never holding back. A well-shopping small act.
Beijing shopping lumberjack.
Check your facts, attitude, lips,
military.
Resistance in these islands regular, no worry.
Laukaie, pahie, pahie, paio mai ko pahoa mai nane. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, laukaie, pahie. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, ualele na uota mahiole. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, ilalo kamanao, iabahine.
Circle the many captains, sail the 7 seas. You gotta know how to follow,
you know how to lead. Umaukeo, ikamono,
creed. Mama lahoihoiea, you can take up only
what you need.
As long as it's not for the need to feed your greed. No one will stop, harass, impose, or impede. Plant, cultivate, stimulate.
Nurture the seeds.
Saving the planet, saving the people,
yeah.
Is guaranteed.
Laukaie, pahie, pahie, paio mai ko pahoa mai nane. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, laukaie, pahie. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, ualele na unuota mahiole. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, ilalo kamanao, iabahine. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, e paio mai ko pahoa mai ningane. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, laukaie, pahie. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, ualele na unuota mahiole. Laukaie, pahie, pahie, ilalo kamanao, iabahine, iabahine.
How long will let them keep doing this? Everything we love.
Bye bye, Lima Kako.
Mahalo, you guys. Hallelujah.
Can I get a hot ho? Can I get a hot ho?
Well, the thing was coming anyway.
Can I get a hot ho?
Hano, hano, ho!
Hano, hano, ho!
So this melee is gonna require some audience participation. You guys might be familiar with this one. This is something that we still dealing with. TMT is not power, guys. So you guys better be makoko. We need all of you. So this is get the flock off our mountain.
It is flock. Flock.
F-L-O-C-K, like a flock of sheep that just listen and don't ask questions.
I know you guys know that it's flock, and sometimes you guys substitute the word, but it's flock. So I know warriors, love you guys.
And if you know the words, join us. Right here, you ready? Get the flock off a mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we won't ever run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the flock off a mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Open our eyes, see a better way. Work together for a more collective say.
Not go half a call it go all the way. We're living in the blessed era of Max Holloway. It is what it is.
That's that grind every day.
Steady banging.
I know what Hawaii day.
Jedi Guardians of the Galaxy, non-fiction of fallacy. Our home, not a theme park, museum, or gallery. Off the grid, down in the valley. Living sustainably and happily.
What we need, we get plenty. Nobody crank it. Go easy spanking when you
hanky panky, whole auntie, making big noise.
And we got them listening, chanting, singing, dancing.
And we whispering.
In a battle never ending.
Money deep and trending.
This rebellion beginning to the happy ending.
Get the flock off a mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the flock off a mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
In the circle of assassins, we use words as weapons.
Tyranny apart while we teaching lessons.
Chanting down this Babylon system.
On pressing.
Lighting up the darkness, leading message and spreading blessings. Ready, willing,
and restless. GRE frontliners in the trenches ready to wreck shit.
Dugging deep
on heavy gangster beat.
Bring the heat, never back down, surrender or retreat.
Hoo, hoo.
Small victories like adjustment.
Press repeat.
Our stories we now speak.
We don't need sneak. Nature over concrete
is how we snatch victory from your
jaws of defeat. Get the flock off our mountain. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run.
Cause we love
more than we scared. Let me hear you. Get the flock off our mountain.
Get the flock off our mountain.
We will never run.
Cause we love more than we scared of your guns.
Kila kila kamauna wakea e ho'olo no ika pu'uwai. O ka la hui aloha na ho'i na kia I mai uka ke kai. E hulia e huli mai e hulia e huli mai e hulia e huli mai e. E hulia e huli mai e hulia e huli mai e hulia e huli mai e. Let me hear you. Get the flock of a mountain. You get the flock of our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Get the flock off our mountain. Let me hear you. You get the flock off our mountain. Cause we will never run. Cause we love more than we scared of your guns. Mahalo. Aloha aina kako.
Aloha aina. Mahalo you guys. Love you guys.
Lahoihoiea. Pai pai lima. Big round of applause for Ho'okupu Project. Featuring the Paniolo Prince, Queen Maile, Inalihi, Il Nomadic, and Mr. Kapu.
Have a great lahoihoiea. Love you guys all from the greatest Paniolo of our generation. Aloha.
Greatest of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, there is an important discussion going on. If you're interested, please go over to the Ho'okanaka tent located on the ward side, where there is an important discussion, intersections among culture, healing, and Aina, featuring Dr. Kalihua Crew, Noilani Pereira, and Lena Albright, happening right now. Please go check it out. Also, happening at the Kuka tent. Coming up next, an important discussion on internationalism at 3:30. Right now, going on, you can still catch an important discussion on Lahaina futures. Ke'el moku kapu, ha'ele kia Kona, kaipo ke Kona, ke kai, ke ahi. Go check them out right now. You got a few more minutes before that panel is over. Please go support. And mahalo to Hui Aloha Aina o Honolulu. Mahalo to Ilima and the crew. Mahalo to Kukiri and the crew over there at the Ho'okanaka tent. We're calling to the stage in a few moments all the way from Maui, Nui Kama. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready because Lahaina Groom is on their way. But before we get there, gang, it's an important part of our program where we're going to take the time to honor important honoree and celebrate the work that they've committed to our lahui. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to commence with our honorary ceremony to Uncle Sparky Rodriguez and Auntie Leandra Y. So if you want to come close, and take a picture. Then we're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking about an important Aloha Aina patriot. We're going to spend time to show our children that we do have heroes.
I got stuck in it on my way to Honolulu, but on the way back.
Oh no. Seriously.
Yeah, I was thinking for your mom's birthday, the first weekend of September, let's
Check 1 2 1 2. Check 1 2.
Another time.
we'll go to mine.
I know, I saw you.
In a few moments, we're going to welcome to the stage Uncle Sparky Rodriguez, who's going to be accepting the honoree award this year for lahoihoiea, Aloha Aina, Aloha Ea Award. Mahalo everyone for being here today. Mahalo to all of our friends and partners and our sponsors. We're going to take the moment
No, it's good. Yeah, you folks are having a good time.
I'll take this back to the
Yes.
have the back. Yeah, you could just take it.
Aloha lahui. We're going to take a few moments here to talk about two very important people today. And we have the rare honor here at lahoihoiea, Honolulu, to work with legends. And so it's always been important for us to make sure that our generation, our keiki, know who our heroes are. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a hero for you here today. We have two. The first of which I'll speak up briefly, and then I'm going to go ahead and introduce our honoree this year, Uncle Sparky. But first, Leandra Y made critical choices in deciding what battles she would wage during her lifetime that would be meaningful, significant for her family, her community, and for her beloved home in the Pai'aina o Hawaii. She was an extremely sensitive and spiritual woman who was gifted with the ability to commune with Aina, all that nourishes, and to understand the call of Makua, her generational parent. Literally, walking alone in the darkest of nights as well as under the light of the moon on the pathways within the Ahupua of Makua. Leanne paid close attention to her parents' voice. Directed to fight, to protect, and to preserve her parent, Makua, she learned valuable lessons about protocol and behaviors that would hold and aid her in her Aloha Aina work that would ensue. Ladies and gentlemen, Please join us in a big round of applause for our first honoree this year, Miss Leandra White. Uncle Sparky Rodriguez became involved in the struggle at Moku through his wife, Auntie Leandra White. In the early 90s, she was living at Moku Beach on her own path of healing. The community living at Moku Beach numbered about 300, mostly Kanaka Maoli, who had found refuge there amid economic dispossession, eviction, medical and mental health issues, and all other challenges. Many, including Auntie Leandra, found healing at Moku. She and Uncle Sparky were able to heal their relationship as well. In 1995, Governor Cayetano ordered the eviction of the community at Moku, who were, quote, illegally occupying public land. Meanwhile, the U.S. Army continued bombing the valley across the road. Uncle Sparky supported the Moku's Council anti-eviction campaign, serving as the communications lead to amplify the community's message that they were not illegal occupants, but a safe and supported community of Hawaiians living in the last place available to them, just trying to heal themselves and live on the Aina. Uncle Sparky was one of 16 people arrested during the eventual evictions in 1996, putting himself on the front line to stand for Hawaiian rights to be the Aina. Uncle Sparky was also arrested at the foot of Mauna Kea at the great defense of our sacred Mauna. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me, please join me in showing our aloha and our appreciation for Sparky Rodriguez. Uncle Sparky has graciously agreed to say a few words. So get your video cameras ready.
Aloha. I got one small correction. I never get arrested on the Mauna. But we were on the line, the fourth row, after everybody got ready. The cops came and they said, we Paul. And he said, yeah, we're ready to get arrested. No, we're going home. So they left. It was 4 o'clock. They had to go home, knows the time, yeah? So we were there on the front line, in the middle of the road, on a lava field, standing up for our Aina. Same thing in Moku. Now what's interesting, we're at Thomas Square. On the other end, Kai Kahele ended up presenting the Leandra Y bill. And that was part of the effort to clean and return parts of Moku, about 700 some odd acres. With that, he was the only elected official that was willing to go ahead and do any kind of law or effort to have Moku cleaned and returned. And he chose to name it after Leandra. None of the politicians here ever had the courage to say, we want the land back. So we need to go ahead and remind them that their job is to return the land. We need to remind them that the overthrow happened. We need to remind them that the U.S. is illegally occupying Hawaii. They're supposed to be enforcing kingdom law and not American law. So how do we do that? We got to ku'e every day. We cannot let them forget. And it's our responsibility. Whatever's happening, it's our fault because we let them do it. And we let them to continue to do it without reminding them that they're not right and they need to do the right thing. In Moku, right now, we're going through the EIS process. It's their process. But on the comments that I shared at our community meeting in Waianae was that we need to have a fourth option, which is no land retention, clean up, restore to pre-use to our standard, not to their budget standard, and make sure they return it all. Then they can leave, but they gotta make sure that it's clean. Leandra also ended up coming up with the concept, the McCoy University. And if you're on the Mauna, you were able to experience the Mauna University as well. So with that idea that it's a cultural experience, we do cultural access into Makua twice a month. Check out Malama Makua website and you can find out when the dates are, see if you can register. We got to put all the names through the Army. They want to make sure that no Taro is going to go in and occupy the land. But the idea we wanted to get in the gate. So I'm really the doorman. The other thing is that we've got, within the Makua University concept, we have art. And we're going to be doing an art festival for all the artists on the west side, Waianae side. And we've got a interactive art table back there to do art. And that young lady that's jumping up and down, she's the one in charge. Extremely good artist. And Malama Makua has been going on for, we're pushing 30 years. But one of the bad news I want to share with you is that the military has been using Makua since the late 1920s. The lease ends in 2029. That is 100 years. 100 years of military use. This is the 95th year. The lease started in 1964 and ends in 2029. That is 65 years. This is the 60th year of the military occupation of Makua. Now, one of the other issues that we really don't know is how many other leases does the military have in Hawaii? We found out that not only Kahuku Po'omoho, but also in Kauai, the missile tracking station. That's all leased land. And then also we found out on top of Kaena, got the golf balls. That is also leased land. Public land that DLNR leased to the military. The golf balls, their tracking stations, and that's all part of the Space Command. They might lease a couple acres, but they control 17,000 acres. That means we do not have access to any of that unless we get permission. Because you got to go through the gate with the MPs, and they might follow you around to make sure that you're not going to humbug anything. DLNR buys birds from the continent, pheasants, quails, chukars, so that they can seed the top of Kaena so that hunters can go in there and kill the birds. So DLNR really doesn't have our interests in mind. So what do we need to do? We need to get in touch with our candidates and make sure they understand, clean it up, return it. We need to get in touch with our elected officials, governors, our senators, our representatives, Congress, and tell them no more. They need to be returned. They need to be cleaned up and maybe even leaving. So there's going to be some hardship for us. And the phrase aipohaku might end up being really real. So consider the sacrifices that we're going to have to make for independence. It'll come. I've been reading this one report, which is the Army correspondence, and it's during World War II, where Army Corps of Engineers took over, and their job was to do what is called scorched earth. So when military is expecting to be overrun, they got to destroy all their assets. They were going to blow up intersections, buildings, businesses. In Makua, by the Makua Cave, Paneana, they were going to blow up that section to prevent any access, deny road access. They were going to blow the mountain at Kahana Bay. If Hawaii ever gets overrun, nuclear weapons will be used to destroy all of their assets. And one of the things that happened at Ewa, Barber's Point, the lands that was going to be returned, one of them was the Admiral's house. was going to go to a group, and when they checked, they found out that the basement was radioactive. So how does that happen? In case of being overrun during World War II, they had an atomic bomb in his basement to make sure that all of their assets would be destroyed so the invading army would not be able to use any of it. So we are expendable. And unless we go ahead and start standing up now, before we get to be like Gaza or any of the other war zones, we need to make sure we stand up and tell them now. No, no, no. Clean up, return, restore, and provide the monies so that we can go ahead and rehabilitate not only us, but the Aina. And Hawaiians need more time to heal. It takes time to be Hawaiian. We need to be able to access resources. Go up Mauka, go Makai. Right now we don't can. Why? Because the park closed. State property. Not a park closed, it's county property. We are denied so much access to cultural sites that our spiritual healing is really challenged. And Leandra is the one that really helped me understand that us guys gotta listen, and we need to honor our wahine more, because they hear stuff, they see stuff that sometimes the guy is blind to. We need to heal that. Today, one of the things that happened is that I kept seeing some of the people that had passed in the crowd. Their faces, as if they were just shadows moving through. Kikuni, Leandra, another friend, Gwen Kim, Soli Niheo, these guys that had a chance to influence me in my learning. So get out there and learn as much as you can, ku'e every day, and no scared. Aloha.
Uncle Sparky, real quick before you go, we're gonna bring up a special guest who wants to say a few important words before we give our lei to end our ceremony. Let me introduce Miss Yvonne Williams.
Aloha, everybody. I'm here to tell you something else about Sparky that maybe not many of you know, because not only has he been huge in our community, he's also been huge as a staff member of Olelo Community Media for over 25 years. Sparky has been a beacon of innovation in media and mentorship. He ignited countless personal journeys with his visionary leadership. His philosophy of immediate engagement and guerrilla media equipped our youth and community with powerful storytelling tools. He fostered a new generation of media-savvy individuals through the creation of Olelo's Waianae, Waipahu, and Poloa media centers. His unwavering commitment to nurturing youth through media left an indelible mark in our community. At Olelo, our innovative Media for Educators program he created benefits teachers and students by integrating media into education, and is now present in many DOE charter and private schools thanks to his dedication to our youth. Sparky is a master at asking key, sometimes uncomfortable questions. He's good at that. His mentorship extended beyond youth. He guided his fellow managers and the community with his wisdom of just do it. So, he believed in planting seeds, and we're seeing the growth of what happened with the seeds that he's planted. We honor Sparky's legacy, which continues to inspire and grow in the fertile grounds of our community's spirit. Sparky's motto, and remember this, if no can, still can. And what else?
Until can.
Until can. We find another way to do it. That's Sparky. So, that's his resilience and optimism. We are profoundly grateful to Sparky's legacy, which is a testament to a life dedicated to growth, learning, the unyielding power of media. You've got so many people out there in the community that you planted those seeds with, including me. And protecting our Aina, Hawaiian sovereignty, and our community well-being. Mahalo, Sparky.
Was Leandro's fault. All right. Well, let's honor both you and Auntie Leandra. We're gonna ask you Ku'iluna real quick, Uncle. Wanna welcome Ahupua, Kalihua Tuahine, with a special lay presentation for Uncle Sparky as well as Auntie Leandra. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Uncle Sparky Rodriguez and Auntie Leandra Y, 2024 honorees for lahoihoiea celebration of Hawaiian Sovereignty Restoration Day. It's almost 3 turtles in Hawaii, so mahalo for spending the day with us here at Thomas Square, formerly Kulaokahua. Mahalo to all of you guys who offered ho'okupu at our ahu. Our ahu's name is Lahoihoiea. Lahoihoiea is the name of Kauikeaoli's very first palace in Honolulu. So we give the name Lahoihoiea to our ahu. And obviously Kauikeaoli's palace and the naming thereof was heavily influenced by this important day, July 31st, 1843, Kala Lahoihoiea. Don't go away, gang. We got more music coming up. We got a discussion about to happen at the Kuka tent on internationalism, Palestine, Cuba, around the Oceania. Please go check out discussions of liberation, discussions of solidarity. We need to intervene. Their struggle is our struggle. Their blood is our blood. Their freedom is our freedom. The only way we're going home, Hawaiians, people of this earth, is together. We can do great things together. I want to say mahalo again to Hui Olohaina Momona for providing all the grinds, for Kokua Kalihi Valley for bringing that cherry truck. No, well, we can just hide in that one. Mahalo to the Imu crew for all the grinds. Mahalo to all of our vendors for celebrating Hawaiian Sovereignty Restoration Day here at Thomas Square, Honolulu. Mahalo to Hawaii People's Fund, Sister Mickey somewhere in the world. This is a celebration of Hawaiian Sovereignty Restoration Day, the day that our flag returned and flew once again over the proud kingdom of Hawaii. And what does that mean for us today, Hawaiians? Well, that means put your flag up on July 31st. And don't you ever, don't you ever take it down. On July 31st, I want you to put that high Hawaii in the air, that Hawaiian flag, that high Nani o Hawaii. Put it up. That's all they call it, the high, not the low. We're getting up for round 4. Mahalo to the artists who came down today. Mahalo to our good friends Hole, Ahupua, Koke, Brother Elijah. Mahalo to all of you who participated in our flag ceremony. Velo kahai nani o Hawaii. Mahalo to the Hawaiian Air Conditioning Company for sending down the drizzles. You guys must have been cooling extra good, huh? We got the permit for a couple more hours, so we're gonna rock it out. We want to send special mahalo shout out to Uncle Barron Ching for years and years of service here at lahoihoiea, Thomas Square, the original flag man. We want to make a special announcement that on August 4th at 9 a.m., August 4th at Kaniakapupu, the summer palace of King Kamehameha III, Maui Keoli, up in Nuku'anu, August 4th, 9 a.m. We invite you to please join the celebration at Mahina, the 181st year when the celebration at the summer palace took place. 20,000 Hawaiian patriots, 400 hogs, 1,000 mama. Please, there we go. Stay hydrated, Hawaiians. All right, you got that high Hawaii thing.
Maybe I should turn on this.
We in the dancing mood, we invite you guys to the biggest dance floor we can find on this park. If you're feeling hot, cruise in the shade. But if you're down to move, you're down to dance, you're down to move your body on the high of the road, let me hear you make some noise. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, from the west side of Maui, please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, behind the road.
Happy to be here celebrating this momentous occasion. It's a beautiful day with each and every one of you. However, we're going to start off with this song. It was played earlier. It's probably played many times.
That's what I needed.
I want to play too.
Right on.
I want to sing this song myself. And maybe you want to sing it again. This is lahoihoiea. However, when we come to the verse, we come to the second to the last verse. It is not only enough that we have the rocks, we will thrive upon it. Yes?
Let me get that. Kind of hard. Let me get that. You push.
Yeah, you guys.
Are you sure? Okay.
Here we are.
Let's see, what should I say? What should Rim pack. Cancel rim pack.
You're gonna say cancel impact?
Yeah, okay.
Or are you gonna sit down? Put the banners down, right?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Anything happening, or what do you do?
Oh, I don't know. We're just gonna just say cancel impact.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Cancel rim pack. Cancel rim pack. Alright, wait. 3. Let's say cancel rim pack. Stop the impact.
Yeah, you guys are live anyway.
Oh, okay.
This is live.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Cancel rim pack. Stop the impact.
Okay.
You did got 6.
You didn't tell us, Warrior.
I thought you knew.
Do you need help?
Oh, wait, I gotta get Kim.
Which way?
Your lane and you know your skill set and you get something for offer. And if we don't think that can fit, you can let it know. Sorry, you know, settle down a little bit, hang on, listen to the conversations, come back there now. Because we're not really gonna fit. We need it.
Hey guys, come here.
He knows on what everybody said. And you know, when we used to come over here, wow, we never stopped coming over here because every time we gotta go in front of the dragon, which is either the land board, the LNR, SAPD, we're always here. And when we started advocating for our water, our in-stream flow standard, we had to come over here like, so then we walk in the building, it's only us. Giving testimonies to making sure that the state does the fiduciary duty, then all of a sudden we get all that in-stream flow standard, we get the state water management, and all of a sudden the water management kick us in the ass, and just all of a sudden we're back to square one again. We're no more advocates over here on Oahu. We advocate for the things that we advocate back home because we only get us. Literally, we only get each other. If we go to know that we can bank on the community that lives here, but how you gonna get that out? Just like me, from August 8th, I stayed out of public media. I'm no longer on Facebook, so everybody thinking I fell off the face of the earth. But the reality is sometimes you gotta just put yourself on timeout in order to do the important things, but not realizing that we're so busy in the hustle and bustle of things, we forget about our ohana that live over here too. I think that's one area where we can actually have some help. When we know that the big issues will start hitting the legislation. This past legislation, you had over 250 bills talking about water, talking about all these kind of things. I don't know how many of those bills can carry over. But people are trying to dictate and determine our lives without us. Without us. So when we gotta deal with the monster, the boogeyman over here in Oahu, man, we don't know who to trust. We don't know whether or not they're going up the right direction when they start advocating for all these resolutions, bills, water bills, whatever, what laws. We don't know who has the best interest because of a lot of the real estate lobbyists. All these other lobbyists out there, they're lobbying for what? They're lobbying for industrialization and commercialization. They're not lobbying for the heart of the people or the residences of this town. So if we can circle our responsibilities or concerns about that or around that, then I think we can help each other. Not just we looking for help from you guys. I think this gotta be kind of like one reconstitutionalized thinking or institutionalized thinking, because right now, us, we kind of institutionalized back to where we was. Because we started to kick in the realities of all the bullshit that is going on our island. And the only remedy we can find right now for us is we gotta try to figure out how we can convince our community, yeah, don't bite that poison apple, because we're still going up that same road every time. Every time somebody give us an offer, we thinking that that's the only offer we got. So I think we gotta start unifying. I think we gotta start really considering of putting ourselves in the interpreter's position and start changing the narrative from the inside. That's why I took on what I took on, the biggest pickle, by working these federal contracts to make sure that we control the narrative on the inside. We cover everything. There's a code of conduct that needs to be established here, and we've done it. But I hope that answers your question. I think we gotta kako each other. That's the only way we're gonna help. You guys understand our issues. Our issues are the same issues you guys gonna tackle too. So by fighting you guys' issues, you guys fighting our issues. Guaranteed. So, mahalo.
Hello. Okay, mahalo brothers. I just came out of Straub. I came over here for an illness and I walked outside. My car still stayed parked over there. But I heard the music and I walked by and I thought I was able to come and hear some of this. But like you guys said, the stirring up, the character, like right now my blood is kind of boiling. But I was on a phone call and I shared with the person about the fires. There was somebody from, I forget, Oregon, Washington, one of those, and their area did the same thing maybe 10 years ago. And they were sharing about all the things they went through. So as you guys was talking, what I was thinking about is, have anybody thought about reaching out to other places that this would destroy their land? Because it's not that just the Hawaiian, it's that the system coming to predatorily take over places and make money off of people in a bad place. And so, yeah, if you guys was to reach out to people and they're willing to help because they still living where they are and trying to get their place back, and it's been 10, 15 years. And if I could share one more thing, by the grace of God, last year I was able to go to a whole Honolulu at the palace here. And as a Hawaiian, as a believer in the power of love, they shared that the Hapu system ran for 500 years, and prior to that, we looked up towards Iulai. Hawaii, the breath of God breathed upon us by the living water that flows to us. And E for Iulai, Hawaii. And we are connected to the one. And besides all of this that we're talking about through business, prayer, everybody. Prayer. Prayer will work. Prayer brings lives back, and prayer will help out these brothers be strong. Thank you guys.
So I'll just speak to that question. Long-term recovery groups are federally mandated structures that are built up after disasters. So it's a grassroots initiative established at communities that go through disasters. And so in Hawaii, with Maui now, there's an LTRG that's been developed. I chair the LTRG for now, but we definitely have a fair share of access to all of those different disasters that happen within the nation. We get to talk to the different survivors, we get to talk to their LTRG boards and how they've committed different areas. Many of those people, I'm not ever gonna be running for any office, but many of those people are now office governors of their space, mayors and those things. So those people went and built their community the way best they could, and the community got behind them. So we get to talk with those people, hear their different experiences, their different struggles, their successes. Yeah, we're listening and we're reaching out and we're finding out, you know, what all of that is very different from where we at as far as lands and all those issues there, but we're working on that, yeah, for sure.
One more question. One more.
I'm Piliko. Mahalo what the work you guys are doing. My question is about the water. What was it like before the event, and what is it like now after the event? Has it gotten better, gotten worse, more obstacles, less? Who's working with you guys, who's against? Basically around that.
Prior to the fire, we reestablished all of our perennial streams on the west side, and also the designation to protect our aquifers, being that the Lahaina aquifer and the Honolulu aquifer is at max. We cannot draw anymore. In fact, every time they're doing new well, they're hitting salt water, even at the base of the mountains. And so the designation and stuff like that helps us replenish our aquifers. And streams flowing is a supercharger of our aquifers. It gets the water into the ground faster than rain would on the mountain. Right now, along with the developers, but even the county of Maui, right now, we're trying to redo our in-stream flow standards so they can take water back out of the streams again. And this is a government that's supposed to protect us and protect our resources. So that's some of the struggles that we got to go through. You get the developers and the government actually teaming up sometimes. And so when we're supposed to turn to government or some entity that's supposed to help protect that, we don't know where to turn to, so we turn to each other. And then we got to fight those battles, and it's kind of hard. After the fire, the waters was returned, the designations are put back into place. But just because you get the designation, you get the in-stream flow standards, it never means that it's set for life. These guys can come back anytime, petition the Commission on Water Resource Management to redivert, which is what some of them doing right now. And so, to them, we gotta get away from thinking of water as one commodity. That water is not something that water is free. Yeah, water is free. When these guys get access to water, they sell the distribution of the water and not the water itself. But what does water do when you bring water to arid land? It puts value to that land. The land that was worth maybe 30,000 an acre is now worth $1-2 million an acre. So that's what water does. So they see them as a commodity. And now there's something that can produce, like Kaipo'ea is saying, produce food that can sustain. So the commodity of water in their sense is unsustainable. The value of water, the way we see them, is sustainable. And so that's the things that we gotta watch for the rest of our lives. This is my nephew, he only young boy yet. And we get plenty young in Lahaina that's coming up. And I sad to say that we, you know, when you inherit something, hoping to inherit your family's house and maybe their money, well, we're giving them the burden. We're giving them the weight that they're gonna have to carry. But the young stepping up. And so that's what kind of make me proud and make me realize I'm not scared for the future because our people, we're ready.
That's a wrap for this panel, but I just want to give it up one more time for our panelists and all the work that they've been doing and continue to do. Huge mahalo.
No, one thing I wanted to share before everybody leave. You know how we get Mother's Day, Valentine's Day is one day that we get to celebrate this? Well, lahoihoiea is every day. It's not just today. Today is one day we remember the date, but it's every single day. It has to live within us, and that's what makes us alive. I just want to close with that.
Before everybody runs away, I just want to announce our next panel, our last panel, is a panel on internationalism, international solidarity. Because all of these a-holes who are trying to exploit Lahaina, they're connected throughout the globe. So it's one fight. So we're going to talk about Cuba, Palestine, and some of the issues happening right now in our very own Pacific Ocean. So don't go anywhere. We're going to get that started right away. Mahalo. Actually, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Okay.
If we meet Asada and they become best friends, then that's what we call them. Asada. No, usually it's Asada. Asada. All right. It was like an early idea, but that was unnecessary.
The issue in Kona is not like what's happening with I can put the mic on it. Just turn this around.
Maybe I went to
Not that bad, but
I find every perfect I can see. A couple days.
he's just very like, you know, like oh, like he works for local. And he has to like immigrant school.
Not working.
And then like, I'm really busy now.
These are new. Chicken guys.
Okay, lahoihoiea kako. Okay, before we get started, I want you to repeat after me. Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Free Congo.
Free Congo.
Free Sudan.
Free Sudan.
Free Kanaki.
Free Kanaki.
Free West Papua.
Free West Papua.
Hands off Haiti.
Hands off Haiti.
Let Cuba live.
Let Cuba live.
Eo, mahalo nui. And of course, free Hawaii.
Free Hawaii.
Mahalo, mahalo nui. Okay, aloha mai kako. My name is Kamakani Albano. I am from Kalihilihi o Laumiha o Ahu. I'm a member of Hui Lahoihoiea o Honolulu. I'm a member of the Education Committee. We're going to be talking about internationalism today. I'm very excited to welcome these three amazing panelists, and I'm really excited and looking forward to our conversation that centers internationalism, especially as it connects to Hawaii. And I'm gonna go ahead and talk a little bit about that and introduce our panelists. The big idea with internationalism is that when we think about ea, and we'll have this conversation more in depth today, is this idea that our liberation struggle is deeply woven and interconnected with the liberation of peoples from across the world, from colonized and occupied peoples and their aina. And honestly, we will not be free until Africa's free, Palestine is free, the rest of the Pacific is free. This is the moment that we have, and we're witnessing so many movements that allow us to be in Pilina with each other that centers our liberation. And that will not come without an internationalist approach. So I'm really excited to be able to have this conversation with you folks today, and with all of you. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our panelists. First, to my right is Ma'an Oda. He's a Palestinian from Palestine and is an organizer with Hawaii for Palestine. Next is Leimaile Barrett, who's the secretary of Hui Lahoihoiea o Honolulu. She'll be talking about Cuba today after a recent huaka'i with the Let Cuba Live Brigade of the International People's Assembly. And then to the right, we have Tevita Ka'ili, who's a professor of anthropology and cultural sustainability at BYU Hawaii, who will be talking about Kanaki and West Papua. So to kind of get into our conversation today and to introduce yourselves as well as this idea of internationalism, and I'd like to invite you folks to introduce yourselves and share about where you're from. What are some of the biggest current issues impacting the place that you're centering today? And to help ground us, can you please share a story about one person from that place, whether it's a movement ancestor or a person you have deep relation in Pilina to, when you think of that place who inspires you? So I'll pass it over to whoever feels called. Mahalo.
My name is Ma'an Auda. I come from the original villages of Deraban, which is in the east of Jerusalem, currently occupied and colonized by the Zionist State of Israel. I was born and raised in the Hesha refugee camp, and somebody I call from my ancestral land is my cousin who was martyred in 2016. And the reason why I bring him into this conversation is because blood is the fuel for revolution, and we must remember our ancestors and those who have given everything they can for freedom to be even possible.
No hilo Hawaii wai he e maui a me kaimuki o ahu ko umau kupuna o vau ihono o Limaile Barrett. Aloha everyone, I'm Limaile Barrett. As Kamakani said, I am the Secretary of Huialoha Aina o Honolulu. I recently went on a youth brigade to Cuba just last month. And I'm actually going to bring in two people into this space, Kane and Wahine, because I believe in Ku and Hina, balancing of energies. And so the first person is Fidel Castro, who is a revolutionary leader of Cuba. And the reason I want to bring him in is because of his international solidarity with folks around the world, with different countries around the world. A big emphasis he had was on sending humanitarian aid. To this day, like maybe in 2021, up until 2021, this country, Cuba, has sent over tens of thousands of doctors around the world. Most recently, during the COVID pandemic, right? Everyone knows how impacted Italy was, and Cuba sent doctors there, and that country was so grateful to Cuba for their humanitarian aid that they even named a mountain after him to honor Cuba. And I bring this to our attention because what does the US send around the world? And as a byproduct of the US, what do we unfortunately send around the world? War, military, bombs, and Cuba sends doctors. Another person that I wanted to bring into this space is Mariana Grajales. She is called like the mother of Cuba. She had 13 children. 11 of them were involved in the revolution in one way or another. She had two sons, Antonio and Jose Maceo, that became generals, and she and her daughters ran hospitals. And she lost most of her children to the revolution. And when asked in an interview if she would have done anything differently or regretted anything, her response was, right, she had 13 children. Her response was, I wish I could have had more children to contribute to the revolution. And I'm not calling for, right, to sacrifice our children here in Hawaii, but to bring it back home, right? We see so many families that are involved and are committed to our Hawaiian sovereignty, our Hawaiian movement. And we are willing in so many ways to sacrifice for our ea. And so these are just two people who have inspired me and that I wanted to bring into this space. Mahalo.
Tapu mo ana nui a Tangaloa, tapu pea mo feituuni, kaya tā ke whakahopo e whatongia rea o e honi. I begin with a Tongan salutation, asking for permission to speak in this space of lahoihoiea and participate in this celebration. I'm Devita Kaili. I'm originally from Tonga, raised both in Tonga and also in Turtle Island. I am not from the two islands that I'm going to be speaking about, but I have ties to them, and I want to talk a little bit about. The first one is West Papua. West Papua is in the western part of Oceania. They've been going through a lot of oppression and genocide for many years now. The person I want to bring into this space is Marius Wanda. He is a West Papuan that I met at a Tongan kava ceremony. He came to the ceremony to sort of raise the awareness about what's happening to his people, and was asking for the Tongan ambassador to the UN to advocate for his people. So I met him, and I promised him that whenever I will have an opportunity, I will talk about West Papua. because this is an important topic. And the flag of West Papua is on this side. This is an illegal flag. If you fly this flag, you get arrested. So I'm happy to be able to bring this flag here and to be able to share it with you today. The other person I want to bring is the late Prime Minister of Tonga, Akalisi Pohiva, who went in front of the UN and basically told the people in the UN they need to stand up for what's happening in Oceania, especially in West Papua. The other place that I'm going to be talking about is also Kanaki, also known as New Caledonia, the colonial name of this place. I don't have a connection to this particular place, but I have come across some of my students who have raised this issue, and I think this is an important issue to talk about, especially these two places, both West Papua and also Kanaki. Kanaki is colonized by France, and West Papua is colonized by Indonesia. Both countries are here in RIMPAC. So RIMPAC is going on in Hawaii. They're both here, practicing here in Hawaii, using Hawaii ocean, water, so that they can go back and continue to oppress these two places. So I think this is important to establish the connection between this and what's happening in Hawaii. So I'll start with that.
Yeah, mahalo to the three of you for introducing yourselves and bringing us, centering and uplifting these people, breathing life to their names and their stories and these places in this conversation of internationalism today, because it's so important with the ways that we're literally bearing witness to things like genocide and famine and violent occupation, militarism, and settler colonialism and its manifestations in various ways, but that are deeply severe and detrimental to the impact of peoples, their ainas, their relationship to their places, and their stories. Lands, waters, bodies, stories. We need to think about all these ways that that these places allow us to be in connection with each other, but also to recognize the violent disconnection that happens because of the things that are happening in this world in this very moment. You all kind of touched upon it a little bit, but I also wanted to provide some space if you folks wanted to kind of dive in a little bit more to some of the very current moment issues that we're seeing today in the places that you are talking about today. So yeah, I just wanted to open up that space and provide the opportunity to talk about that really quickly.
I can just start and share that currently there is an ongoing genocide happening on the lands of Palestine that has taken place over the past at least 76 years, and more systematically over the last 100 years. And this genocide is a direct manifestation of colonial entities coming together across the world and testing their weaponry right here on Hawaiian indigenous lands to be used against other indigenous people. And so we must recognize that the only reason why Israel is being able to commit such atrocities is genuinely and simply because it has been able to tie hands with big colonial entities like the United States of America that has no place here on indigenous lands or across the world. So with that, we must all tie together in order to at least address and understand how this colonial entity manifests its actions across the globe.
So while Cuba is a sovereign and independent nation, for the last over 60 years, the U.S. has had an economic blockade placed on Cuba. And for folks that may not know what that means, it's essentially anything that is like 10% or more produced in the U.S. cannot go to Cuba. It is illegal. Even though, right, U.S. is like 90 miles, it's literally 90 miles away from Cuba. Cuba has to in order to get supplies that they need that they may not be able to produce themselves on this island. They need to get it imported from China, or they need to get it imported from places like Turkey, which are hundreds of miles away. And it is in an effort, it has been in an effort to squash the revolution. They put this blockade on Cuba to basically get them to see that, oh, we do need the US, we shouldn't be an independent nation. Like, look at all this struggle that we have, look at all this poverty we have. Yeah, so there's that going on. But even so, it is amazing what they've been able to do with so little. Just like Hawaii, right? They're an island nation. In fact, Cuba is just a little longer than Moku Keawe to Niihau. It's basically the same length as our Pai'aina. And they have been able to do so much, again, with so little. They have free education, compulsory education. You can get full medical degrees for free. And they sent, like, the world sends their people, like, from around the world. Like, it's not just Cuban people. We went to a medical school where there were photographs of folks from the Pacific, from Tuvalu, from Tonga, from Tahiti, from all these different places. And they, right, not only just free education, free healthcare. No matter what you need, you can get it for free. Yeah, and so that's just one of the things that they've had trouble with in recent years.
In West Papua, there's an ongoing genocide that's happening in West Papua. The security forces of Indonesia have been killing people of West Papua, and it's been going on for many, many years. This is less known in the West and in other places. Part of this is a systematic killing of the West Papuan in order to take over their land. There's a transmigration that's happening where Indonesian government is bringing people, settlers from Indonesia over to West Papua to take over the land. So very, very similar to what's happening in many other places. They're suffering from several colonialism and, of course, coloniality, the idea that there is supremacy, that one group is superior than the other, and therefore it's okay for them to kill the other group. As far as Kanaki, this has been going on for quite some time. It's related to their self-determination, where the independence movement within Kanaki of the indigenous people have been wanting to be independent, but it's been suppressed by France. And France have been, every time that they would have a referendum, they would create it in the way so that they would not be able to be free. The latest one is what happened in May. So in May they had a referendum, but they allowed other people to vote in this referendum that are not indigenous Kanaki, and therefore it would impact the vote. And so there was civil unrest, people got killed because of this, and that's ongoing. If you were here during FESPAC, Kanaki delegation were not able to come to FESPAC because of the civil unrest that's happening there, which is basically resistance of the indigenous people to the French colonialism. And so there is a unification within many other places within Oceania to stand up for what's happening in Kanaki. You know, it's interesting that the Olympic is going on in France right now, and you know, it just sort of kind of nothing is mentioned about France and their colonialism in other places in the world, especially in Kanaki, which is Nikata. So those are some of the main issues that are happening. The other issue that I would is the resources. In these two places, there are important minerals that are mined by both the colonial countries. So one of the reasons why they do not want to let go is they don't want to let go of those important minerals that they have in these places.
Kalamai. Mahalo for bringing all of those issues to the forefront and in this conversation. I kind of want to, I'm really thinking a lot about how all these places that we're thinking about, and mahalo Tavita, for bringing that up. I was thinking a lot about RIMPAC in this moment and how, you know, it's ongoing right now in this moment. And we see places like the United States, the Zionist State of Israel, France, Indonesia, these places that are violent occupiers and colonizers, literally coming to Hawaii on our shores and desecrating the hell out of our shores, fueling violence like the missing and murdered Native Hawaiian women, girls, and Moku crisis. We see all of these ways that these violent forms are manifesting itself in Hawaii, and it's connected to all of these colonial and occupations that are happening, and genocides, making us in a lot of ways connected to these struggles. So I really appreciate that tying in of that, and I'm thinking a lot about this idea of this consciousness of internationalism, and oftentimes we see how there may be a lack of an oceanic consciousness about the issues impacting these peoples and their places in Hawaii. So I wanted to ask you folks if you could share a little bit about why is focusing on our issues in Hawaii not enough? And what is internationalism in the context that you've been able to, with the relationships you've built with these places? What is internationalism, and how has your homeland influenced your political commitment to internationalism?
I guess we'll keep going this way. Honestly, that's an awesome question. There's many layers to answering this question, but let me say something. While you're paying attention to what's happening around the world, it's important to understand that it goes beyond the headlines, and it goes beyond the word genocide, and it goes beyond the word occupation, and it goes beyond the word colonialism. Because that's where the silent, potent work is being done. And what's really common about across all these global struggles for liberation is that the only thing that the colonial powers share is their collective interest in ethnic cleansing and in exploiting the indigenous population for further economic and military gains. It's essentially an insecure white man going ham and trying to get as much and grab as much land and resources as possible. It's simply that. And so if we're able to look at every colonial project as such, we'll be able to dissect it much easier and then find all these commonalities between our struggles. To answer your question, there is the way we refer to the Israeli state back home in Arabic is that we say Dawlat al-Ihtilal, which means the state of occupation, not the occupation state, not the Zionist state. We say the state of occupation. And what that means is that without occupation, this state ceases to exist. It thrives on being the occupier. It thrives on getting military aid and economic aid in order to fuel this machine. So its fuel, its gas, is essentially and literally a military gain. It's a military support, and without that, it ceases to exist. And so you can also apply this to the American Empire, because the American Empire only functions on cross-sectional support from other states and other colonialism projects that share the same interest. And I want to be able to answer the rest of your question. What was the last one? Internationalism. So I was born and raised in a refugee camp, which means that the air you breathe is politics. The air you breathe has to make sense. And in order to make sense of the air you breathe, you must understand the colonial power that essentially chokes you and only allows enough air for you to survive but not to thrive. And so once you start questioning what's on the back of these tear gas cans being thrown, and once you see that it says United States of America on it, And once you come across the same tear gas can being thrown at Kanaka or Mauna Kea, then you will be able to immediately draw that direct line that they don't discriminate. These colonial projects don't discriminate between a Palestinian, between a Hawaiian, between anybody in the world. And so internationalism is the way we can understand our own suffering and the way we can mobilize for a true and authentic journey for liberation.
So, sorry. Question, yes, why is focusing on our own issues in Hawaii not enough? So, Cuba didn't gain their independence on their own. In fact, Fidel and Che Castro, they both went to Mexico, actually, for training, and that's where they both met, in Mexico. And Che is not even Cuban, he's Argentinian. But he believed in this movement so fiercely that he became one of their biggest revolutionary leaders. And that's what it's gonna take for Hawaii to be free. Like, we're not just gonna be able to do it on our own. The reason why it was on this brigade is because the Cuban people are still suffering under US imperialism, even though they are an independent nation. And they bring people from around the world to show the true story of Cuba, right? It's the same story every single time. Cubans are barbarians, Hawaiians are barbarians, they cannot rule themselves. And so we need to do the same. We need to bring people from around the world to Hawaii to show that we are an occupied nation, because when I went there, people didn't even know. But they got it. As soon as I explained our history, none of them even blinked an eye, and they were like, yes, free Hawaii, free Palestine, stop the blockade on Cuba. They got it, and it wasn't just Cubans, it was other folks on this brigade from the US, from Canada, from Puerto Rico, from Korea, from Kenya, South of Africa, from India, and they all got it. They understand international solidarity, and now I do too. I felt it for the first time on Mauna Kea, but that was so specific to Mauna Kea, and not everyone really understood that it was part of a larger Hawaiian sovereignty movement. And this time I truly felt it by going there and being around people who, again, didn't even know anything about Hawaii. And so how did that make me recommitted to our movement? It gave me hope. In Cuba, I saw a vision of both the past and the future. In Hawaii, right, in Hawaiian Kingdom, we had free compulsory education. We had free health care. There was no such thing as an unwanted child. In fact, people would go up to you and be like, can I adopt your child and can I teach them everything I know? There's no such thing as homelessness. Everyone was taken care of. Cuban people understand community living. In fact, in recent years, they, for the first time ever, have had a issue with homelessness. They've never had this issue, and they've solved for it immediately. They opened up a bunch of old boarding schools. Right? No one goes to boarding schools anymore, so they opened up a bunch of boarding schools and pulled anyone who was off the street, pulled anyone who may have mental health problems, and the land around those spaces is used for farming that feeds the rest of the country, that feeds them. If they're able-bodied, they work on the land. If they can't, they work in the kitchens. If they can't do that, they serve the food. And people need to see that. People need to see that that's possible, and that's what Cuba is doing right now. So that we can help them in this blockade. so that they don't have to live in poverty. Because yes, they do have a lot of things figured out, but there's a lot of things that there's so much more that they could do if this blockade was lifted. And they have so much to offer the rest of the world as well. They have vaccines, for example, for lung cancer that you could be in stage 4 and it will extend your life by 20 years. And we will never see that in the US, in Hawaii, around the world because of this blockade. And so it's not just hurting Cuba, it's hurting the rest of the world too. Thank you.
We all know all our struggles are connected. I've come to really like the concept of coloniality that's been put forth by some of our Latin American scholars. Kano is one of them. Basically think of coloniality as a structure of power, a system of power that was created by colonialism that's based on superiority and inferiority. And so whether your country was colonized or not colonized, we're still subjected to that particular kinds of power structure. And so, in order to, struggle against this particular power structure, we need to come together, we need allies with one another in order to dismantle it. Tonga is an independent country, a kingdom, represented in the UN. West Papua has come to Tonga and asked them, can you represent us at the UN? Because we don't have a seat at the UN. But unfortunately, Tonga and many of the other countries in Oceania have not been good with using their vote in the UN. For example, many of them voted against the ceasefire. If you look at the ceasefire vote, you have US, you have Israel, and islands. Few islands that are all voting against the ceasefire. So we have a major problem in creating, allies that would fight and come together as a group to fight against what's happening around the world. And the countries who are now, especially indigenous countries in Oceania that have a voice, are not using that particular voice in the way that will advance and help our cause within our countries. All the things that are happening in Hawaii as far as militarism is connected to what's happening in the rest of the Pacific. We talked about RIMPAC, but it's not just RIMPAC, it's all the other kind of training that they're doing here. So they're not only training here during RIMPAC, they're training here every single day throughout the whole year. I live in Kahuku, and in Kahuku, they do training in Kahuku every single day. We can hear the helicopter, we can hear the military going back and forth. They are training here in Hawaii so that they can hone their skills and go out and oppress other people in other indigenous countries. So when we fight them here in Hawaii and stand up and say no, we're also saying no to what's happening in other places like in Kanaki or West Papua or Palestine or any of the other places throughout the world. The other thing has to do with divestment. I think the divestment movement is another one that many of us need to come together to work on this, because the language that these colonial empire understand is the language of economics. Part of the reason why they are taking over these countries because of the minerals, because of the things that they can extract from these places. So the only way to sort of combat, or at least one of the ways, is through divestment. And I have never seen anyone do any divestment on any product from France or Indonesia or any of the other countries who are doing all kinds of colonial things. And I'm glad that the divestment movement is going strong, and I think we can learn a lot from them on what we need to do as far as divestment. But this is one of the reasons why all of these is connected and why we should come together and work towards forming an alliance that will help us in overthrowing imperialism.
Heyo, mahalo. You folks are making me really think a lot about, so I was also in a recent trip to Ma'ohinui in Tahiti and the island of Moorea and Raiatea as part of Native Hawaiian Student Services Hawaiian Youths Abroad program with a group of other Hawaiian students. And you folks are helping me to really also think about the connections that we're seeing, not just in the Pacific, but also as like Tahiti, so-called like French Polynesia. These places are just the dynamic, and I'm thinking a lot about and remembering what it was like to be in Tahiti. On those islands, thinking a lot about how, you know, we see manifestations of colonialism in different ways, whether it's language, whether it's resources, all of these different things. And I'm thinking a lot about this idea of the politics where, you know, when we were there, the parliamentary elections were happening. And also there was a commemoration of, I don't remember the exact number, of I think it was 138 bombs of nuclear testing that was done in Tahiti, starting in Papeete in Tahiti. And we're seeing this, like for me, I think with this idea of internationalism, I was really kind of taken aback with seeing the ways that nuclear testing and like colonialism manifests in how we see our relationships, especially remembering the ways that Tahiti and Hawaii have deep pilina and really genealogical pilina through mo'olelo, through our stories. And I think that was also a really big clarification for me when thinking about internationalism, because I couldn't help but think that Tahiti is literally like south of Hawaii, like we go straight down. The time zone is the same, and our languages are very linguistically similar. And it was so eye-opening for me to think that not only is our genealogical relationship to this place deeply embedded in our origin stories, but so much is about the French colonialism, the American occupation, and the ways that those two are connected. But our waters are so deeply embedded in that narrative. And as someone, like, I love writing about the ocean, I think a lot about how, not just in the Pacific, but our oceans that meet our seas in Palestine, like all of these places, I think if we also take a really like oceanic way of thinking about our relationships to our places, so much in this world actually allow us to see our connections to these places in such a really deeply important way. And I hope that we can continue to hone in on that and educate ourselves, because I think that's so really, really important throughout the world. I want to kind of turn it back with, of course, today being lahoihoiea, thinking about the words that Koikioli stated that's synonymous with this holiday. One of the ways that we can think about this is our independence is perpetuated through justice. And I want to really hone in on this, on the word ea, in this way of thinking about internationalism, because I think it's so important. If we see ea as a word for sovereignty and independence, and also a word that means life, breath, to rise. You know, ea can be sovereignty that's beyond the law, sovereignty that has meaning and impacts the lives of the people of those places, the waters, all of these relationships. I'd like to ask you folks, what is the relationship between this concept of political sovereignty, this idea of ea, and a little bit more about our relationships to each other's struggles that centers ea, this idea of a Hawaiian way of thinking about our sovereignty and independence, but also life, breath, and rising.
Wow, awesome questions. How do I briefly say this? I think a big misconception among oppressed people, and I face this back home in Palestine, and I'm pretty sure it's among the community in the struggle for liberation, is sometimes we let anger fuel our need for liberation rather than our love for liberation itself. Because of what's going on, because of the amount of atrocity, the amount of oppression that's taking place, we often get carried away, that our hatred for our enemy becomes our fuel to continue the struggle. And that's not particularly a sustainable way to achieve liberation. What's far more important and far more beneficial and effective is to draw from our love for the land and our understanding of the land and our connection with the land. That's where we should draw our longing for it, because not from our hatred for the people who've stole it. And so this is a very important element in the sustainability of the struggle for liberation. And that, I genuinely think, that's what really connects us all. Because if we just hate Israel, then what does that have to do with the United States? If we just hate the United States, then what does that have to do with Indonesia? But if we love our land, then this is the universal language that we all can speak.
As we were both talking, Kumakani and Man, I was thinking about an experience we had where we were going to go and honor the revolutionary leader, Antonio Maceo. And we, as a group, were invited, if anyone wants to like offer a poem or something, come see me, right? And it was in that moment I was like, this is the moment to represent Hawaii. And so me and my other comrade, Himla Isai Tutua, who were two folks representing the Native Hawaiian movement, our movement for sovereignty, as well as Hui Lahaina, we both were like, this is the moment. And so we got together, we're gonna oli. Okay, well, what are we gonna oli? And as we're trying to figure this out, he saw me, he's like, wait, earlier today, I saw plumeria, 10 minutes away from here. Plumeria? We have that in Hawaii. In fact, we make our lake here. And so in between like all these meetings that we were having, we rush, we go pick the plumeria, and on our way back, we see tea leaf, ki, which is a native plant of Hawaii. And we're just like, what? Our kupuna were literally like with us on that aina, speaking to aina. And so we picked the tea leaf, we made the plumeria lei, we made the tea leaf lei, and we did Kele Maila in Cuba and presented these lei to their kupuna, their revolutionary kupuna. And I bring that story here because of that connection to aina. We wouldn't have noticed those things if we weren't so connected to our land. And in fact, I learned when I came back that plumeria comes from that region, which is just mind-blowing. Because, and the specific color of the plumeria that we use was also outside of my waihe'e hale that I've been staring at for the last year. I moved to Waihe'e 2 weeks after the fires to help with Maui fire relief efforts. And there's this plumeria tree that was also in Cuba, and we used needle and thread from a Palestinian woman. Look at all of those connections, kupuna connections, aina connections. Lei that is made in Oceania with a thread and needle, the same thread I used here in Hawaii, mind you, from a Palestinian woman for a Cuban revolutionary. And so, internationalism, we are connected more past the political connections and our imperialism struggles under occupation and all of these other things. We're also connected through culture, through aina, through our waters. and I don't really remember what the original question was, but those are just some things that were coming to mind. And one thing is, Cuba has been resisting for the last 60 years. For the last 60 years, we have been resisting, and even past the 60 years, right? The blockade is just the 60 years resistance. The resistance to U.S. imperialism and Spanish imperialism before that has been hundreds of years. And the word that comes to mind is kupa'a, onipa'a. Just as they have been resisting, so have we. And their movement is just has just inspired me to continue in my onipa'a. Wa mau ke ea o ka'aina I kupono, e mau ke ea o ka'aina I kupono. Mahalo.
I think for all indigenous people, the land, the water, sea is ancestral for us. It's familial. It's not just an object. It's not real estate. It's family members. That's a different way of thinking about ea and our relationship and connection to it, which makes it a deep and a responsibility to care for it. I think the other idea that I think is important here is to think about, many of us are now living in a diaspora, living outside of our ancestral traditional homeland, but we can still operate from an indigenous perspective, some now call trans-indigenous work. And trans-indigenous work is where people who are indigenous to different places in the world come together to collaborate, to work together, to view Aina or the world as something that they're connected to as family members and so forth. Which you can see this with the Palestinians, you can see this with indigenous people of Cuba, with the Kanaki, with West Papua. And even if you're no longer living there and you're living outside, you can still work together with the indigenous people of that particular places. And especially if you're living in places that are that have access to some of the power that is oppressing some of those other places. So people who are living within Turtle Islands or living within the West, they do have access to that particular power, and that you use it in that way. This is sort of kind of the work that I've been doing as a Tongan living in Hawaii. I try to practice ea and support all Native Hawaiians movement. And also, talk about some of the common genealogical ties that tie people within Oceania. All of the people within Oceania are connected because of the ocean, and the ocean connects them, and that's sort of kind of one way of mapping that genealogy of that connection to those particular places. So I think that's one sort of kind of important way to think about ea that is different from the way that people who are settlers, right? Settlers often do not view it that way. They don't see the land as family. They do not see it as something. They see it as something to extract and exploit. And I think bringing that indigenous viewpoint is the way to sort of kind of move forward in some of this.
Mahalo nui. We have a couple minutes before we go to questions from the audience. I wanted to provide space if anyone had any sort of final mana'o that you, like if you're really feeling called to share something that you haven't yet, or read like to other words before we go to the audience.
Can I just say something, because France is, the Olympics is going on right now. So I think they are on the media and we're watching it all. I mean, this morning I was watching the surfing competition, and it's happened, the surfing competition in Tahiti, right? But nobody's asking the question, why is France in Tahiti? How did they get to be there and run the Olympics from there and be able to have access to all those waves? I mean, oftentimes, the colonialism is sort of kind of hidden from all of us. And of course, I think this is why this sort of kind of internationalism is important, to sort of raise these questions, especially in an international forum like the Olympics. The Olympics is a perfect place to sort of protest and raise awareness any of these things. I see everyone who's commenting on how beautiful the waves are in Tahiti, but nobody's asking how did the French get Tahiti.
So I just want to, I'm not Cuban, I should have said that earlier, but I did want to bring a Cuban flag into this space. And as part of the Let Cuba Live Brigade is another campaign going on that's called Bread for Our Neighbors. And Hui Lahoihoiea has committed to donating funds to send a ship of flour from halfway across the world to Cuba in order to help feed their people. And we'll put that link on our website, and also we will make an announcement on Hui Lahoihoiea Honolulu. And I encourage folks to donate. Donate to, this is one way to show solidarity for our Cuban brothers and sisters. Yeah, and so mahalo, mahalo kamakani, mahalo my fellow paddlists.
One more thing is that it can be overwhelming to think of all of what's happening around the world and your duty and responsibility to become a part of it. But this is just a friendly reminder that all you need to do is show up. Because you can't just be in your own room, angry, behind your screen. That's not enough. Anger is not enough. You show up, and then you learn. You show up, and then you show solidarity. You fight for your cause, for yourself, for your freedoms. And that ultimately means the freedom of others. So just a reminder to do that.
Mahalo for all that, all that ike. We'll now turn it to the audience. If folks, we have a little less than 10 minutes. There are any questions?
Hi, I'm Rob. I'm from Kona. I want to thank you guys for what you shared today. Ideologically, I identify as a socialist, and I believe that our struggle against these forces, colonialism, imperialism, is also a struggle against capitalism as a force. That's the reason why Cuba is barred from the economic global stage, right? And I believe that a global revolution is necessary to overcome that. But the problem with revolution in most people's minds is that it's disruptive and downright deadly for like comforts of our everyday living. So I understand why a lot of people don't want to pursue it. So my question is, what is your insight on how to win the hearts and minds of the masses to get everybody on board, basically?
Who's struggling here? Raise your hand. Like who's struggling financially? You know, can anyone afford a house here? You know, America, the U.S. and these other imperialism states have convinced us that this is the best way to live under capitalism. I don't know about you, but this does not feel like the best way we can live. And so I think it's really like making people aware of how much they're struggling and there's a better way to live. But that takes time, it does. Because we do have like some comforts, right? Like all these materialistic comforts that we're always pursuing the next like iPhone, always pursuing the next vacation. But like then we have no time to go on vacation. We have no money to buy like all these different things that the US tells us we want. And we couldn't have all those things if we ran Hawaii ourselves. We're not saying, right, go back to no computers and no internet and no all these different things. Like, those who are sovereign nations still have those modern day luxuries. It's just that they get to decide how they want to live, how they want to run their country. They have free healthcare, they have free education. How many people are in debt here because of education, or because of a mortgage, or because of all of the credit card debt, right? And so it's not gonna be immediate, right? Organizing, you have to organize. You have to educate people, and they have to realize it themselves. You have to speak to their personal struggle. How many jobs are you working? Are you working 2-3 jobs? Well, you know, under a different society, you wouldn't have to work 2-3 jobs. And so that's the way that I think we move people, is by speaking to what are your day-to-day struggles. Like all this, right, this like internationalism and like some of these other big words are like a little heady and a little academic, and not everyone may come from that background, but people understand like, hey, I don't have food on my table. My kids only eat when they go to school. And so it's really like listening to whoever's in front of you, and then maybe showing them, hey, there's another way. Thank you.
I think organizing locally is the way to go. Start with your local community. As many of you know, that we had a big protest in Honolulu where over 200 people were arrested. And during that particular time, we were taking care of one another. You know, we were modeling after Mauna Kea. We had our educational center, people brought food. I mean, and I think we all have sort of kind of learned through that particular event of mass arrest that you can only rely on each other. And you know, we've set up certain system, even to today, we still have a system to sort of kind of feed people and help them. But I think organizing locally is the first step. From there, then you can move to the rest of the other. And many of you that I see here came and helped us during that that particular time. Just like with all the other mass protests that were happening here in Hawaii at the time. With Waimanalo or Mauna Kea and other places.
I can just briefly say that I personally don't think that we should worry much about getting people on board as much as we should worry about our actions and what we can organize, and the word is going to reach whoever is interested and whoever is committed to liberation. The reason why Palestine is such a global question is because there's a lot of blood on the street, and that's blood that we've committed to put in order to achieve liberation. And so you fight for your liberation as if your life depends on it, because it really does. And once you do that, the world will know before you know it.
Mahalo. We have time for one more question. Martin, you had a question.
So thank you all for everything you guys have said. It's been really helpful and insightful. A couple of things that you mentioned specifically were coloniality, some new concepts to me personally, and the contribution of a lot of our older generations that have educated us from their perspective. Things like Frantz Fanon, Edward Said, going all the way back to Frederick Douglass. Is there any, you specifically mentioned some South American writers, is there any more modern context that we can educate ourselves from? You specifically mentioned that there's a lot of these big words and big ideas that aren't really applicable to us these days, and to most people they don't have the capacity to think beyond, you know, what am I eating tonight? So would you all be willing to contribute any idea of how people can get their mind around it from more modern and relevant resources? Because I know, like, my dad does not care to read Frantz Fanon. He doesn't have the time or the capacity, and he has too many things to worry about to go out of his context. So if you have any insight there.
Yeah, Annabelle Quijano is the Latin American theorist that's been writing about coloniality. So if you're interested in reading coloniality, but I always like to balance coloniality with indigeneity. Vince Diaz, Oceanian, Pompeian, Filipino scholar, has always been writing about. So I think both concept would be very useful as analytical to think about what's happening in the world. Yeah, because I see Zionism as a form of coloniality, you know, with its ideology of supremacy and so forth. And it has been exported all over the world to a place where even the state of Israel are not there, people are still suffering. For example, I would say many of the countries in the Pacific are suffering from Christian nationalism. You know, there is a Christian Zionism sort of, and I think this is the reason why they've been voting against the ceasefire, but Israel's not anywhere in the Pacific, but they're still suffering from it because this is how coloniality works, right? And there's a lot of education that needs to be done within Oceania to help people sort of see through the Christian Zionism that's happening in Oceania.
So a lot of what Hui Lahoihoiea or Honolulu and our broader Hui Lahoihoiea does is popular education. So taking all these like really big concepts, because I have not read, you know, like all these different, I don't even know what to call it, like socialism. I haven't like read Marxism. I haven't read these academic books, but I lived it. Like I've lived all these different things. Like we are the study. They study us, so we know what they're talking about. They may use like these academic terms, but like we understand it because we live it. And so, I mean, I think, yeah, basically it's like, it's taking those, if like you truly understand those things, if you're well read, like break it down and apply it to the everyday individual. That's what we do in Hui Lahoihoiea. We come from like, we bring in current struggles, current issues. Like when Red Hill was happening, we created popular education around that. Lahaina fires, we created popular education around that. And in order to understand these bigger concepts, we applied modern day problems, things that were on everyone's mind. Even with Palestine, after October 7th, we developed a Palestine 101 workshop so folks could understand like what's been going on for all these years, you know? It's like really breaking down those things, and that's important. It's important to be able to talk about it in, I don't want to say layman's terms, but almost like layman's terms. And we get it. I get it. Like, I'm not well read, but I get it, and everyone will get it too if you're able to like break it down and create like popular education.
Okay, mahalo nui. Thank you all so much for coming today to our internationalism panel. Please give another round of applause for our amazing panelists. And another big round of applause for all the panels today hosted. Ahupua Honolulu at our Kuka tent. Thank you all so much for coming out today. If you are interested in joining Honolulu or any of our branches, please feel free to come to our table right over here and learn a little bit more about our organization. If you're interested and wanting to learn more, get educated. Thank you all so much for being here, and mahalo.
because we are ocean master. Inspire everyone who want to be a surfer. We keep in a session in a Jawata. Down in our skin, call it beach fever. Cool down your pace, cool down your temperature. Become in love with that, they can give them a surf together. It no matter if it's rainy or sunny weather, because when it's a rain, it's a way better. Then we drop in at the section, then we cut back, sir. Pulling out the Lord. Waterman session. Hawaiian respect due to all of them. And waterman session. But tell you right, it's off in the bike and then dance. Let's go, Lahui, let's dance it up. Drum me. Hey, I said Hawaiian with the real traveler. Way before Columbus found America. We coming up strong like the Hokulea. The swell I go build and then we get faster. And then we stand up and get into position. A shacket packet full satisfaction. I hope everyone could come to understand. If you take from the ocean, better give it right back. Waterman, the man session. Hawaiian respect due to all of them. And waterman session. But I tell you right, you know, hey, you could have been a bodyboarder. I said a surfer, a skin diver, they feel the fire. I said we going all over. I said now this one original by the Wakanaka. Where we go round the world, we are top voyager. Top of we cast we are ocean master. Inspire everyone big. I say we keep in a session in a Jawata. From in our skin, call it beach fever. Cool down your pace, cool down your temperature. Become in love with that, they give them a surf together. It no matter if it's rainy or sunny weather. Cause the wind, it's a rain, it's a way better. Then we drop it down the wave and then they cut back, sir. Pulling out the kitchen, boy. Waterman session. Hawaiian respect due to all of them. And waterman session. When I tell you right, you know we sing it. Sing with me. Waterman session.
restoration. In our mission, our restoration. Oh gosh, mission, roots restoration. In the country revive social. Aloha Aina, the theme of this song. In the city where roots belong. Unite our people under the wrong mission. Roots restoration. Mission. Roots restoration. In our mission. Our restoration. Got to tell them mission. Roots restoration. Just cause you preach all that you can, don't make you a righteous man. Just cause you wear that badge, don't mean you overstand knowledge. From all that we take, got to give back to the land. And when we can, yeah, when we can, give out a helping hand. Mission, roots restoration. And mission, roots restoration. They are vision, roots restoration. They oh, vision, roots restoration. So hard to see how we can't unite. Raise our first, no get into a fight. Roots, a special request. No need war to make progress. Mission, roots restoration. Got to tell them mission, air restoration. Oh now, mission, roots restoration. Mission, roots restoration. In the country, revive so strong. Aloha Aina, the theme of this song. In